Night has fallen, not suddenly, but like a gentle wave rising from the horizon, washing the colors of the day into calm grays and blues. The world grows quiet. The birds have folded their wings, the rivers murmur softly, and even the wind seems to walk more slowly now. You sit in that hush, the moment between sound and silence, between thought and surrender. Above you, the moon lifts herself into the sky, pale and perfect, a glowing witness to everything that breathes below. All day, your mind has been filled with words, faces, the weight of doing. You have carried the noise of the world like 1,000 small pebbles in your chest. But now, in this slow silver hour, the pebbles fall away. You do not need to hold anything. You do not need to be anyone. The moon does not ask for effort, only attention. Breathe deeply and let the coolness of night enter your lungs. Feel it travel through you, a soft river of air, quieting the storms of thought. With every exhale, let the noise of the day drift away like mist dispersing across still water. The Buddha once said, "Just as the moon is reflected in still water, so too is truth reflected in a quiet mind." Tonight, we will sit beside that water together, the surface of consciousness itself, and wait for the reflection to appear. You may not see it at first. Clouds may pass across the mind. Memories, worries, fragments of things unfinished. Let them come. Let them drift. Do not chase them. Do not turn away. Soon, the clouds thin, the water clears, and in the silence that follows, the moon shines again, not in the sky, but in you. The moon has always been a teacher to those who listen. She does not speak, yet she illuminates the deepest corners of darkness. She has no fire of her own, yet she borrows light and turns it into beauty. She asks for nothing, yet gives endlessly, to the ocean that rises, to the night traveler who finds his path, to the heart that finally learns how to rest. There is wisdom in darkness too. Daylight shows us the world around us, but night reveals the world within. When the eyes close, the inner landscape begins to bloom. Do not fear the dark. It is not the absence of light. It is the womb that gives birth to it. The stars are scattered reminders, each one a spark of knowing inside the vast unknowing. And the moon, gentle and patient, is the mirror of awakening, always there, whether hidden by clouds or shining full. As you breathe here, let the night become your temple. The air your incense, the sound of your breath, the sutra, and the moon, your silent master. You need not understand her. You need only sit beneath her light and allow her presence to reveal what you have forgotten, that even in stillness, life continues to unfold, that even in darkness, light exists quietly, waiting to be seen. The moon teaches by reflection, not by words. She does not demand. She simply shines, and everything she touches glows with the same calm. Tonight, you are invited to walk beneath her light, to let her guide you through stories of shadow and silver, imperfection and beauty, emptiness and peace. Each story will be a small ripple on the surface of your own awareness, and through them, you will see your reflection grow clearer, your heart more luminous. So, take one last deep breath. Inhale the cool air of midnight. Exhale the last of the daylight. Feel yourself arrive fully in this moment. Neither yesterday nor tomorrow, only now, under the vast and patient moon. She is waiting. She is smiling. And her first lesson begins with imperfection, for even broken things can reflect the light. Our first story is called The Moon and the Broken Bowl. In a quiet mountain monastery, where mist often rested on the rooftops like thin veils, there lived an old monk named Ren. He was the keeper of silence, a gentle man who rarely spoke. And when he did, his words seemed to fall like leaves on still water, soft, few, and full of meaning. Ren had one cherished object, an old wooden bowl. It was simple, cracked in several places, but it had been with him through years of alms rounds, meditation, and the slow unfolding of a long life. One night, after evening prayers, he carried his bowl down to the river. The moon was full and silver, so bright that the water looked like glass. Ren sat by the edge, his knees touching the cool sand, and gazed at the reflection of the moon trembling in the current. He whispered softly, "Even the river cannot hold the moon still." He lowered his bowl into the water, watching it float for a moment, until he saw the cracks glimmer under the moonlight. A thin line of light slipped through one of them, and another through a second. Soon the bowl filled with moonlight, but then, as water seeped through the cracks, the reflection shattered. Ren sighed. "This bowl is too broken," he thought. "It cannot even hold the moon." He lifted it carefully, watching the last drops fall back into the river. Then he heard a quiet voice behind him. It was the abbot, a man of few appearances who had silently watched from the stone bridge above. "Ren," the abbot said gently, "why do you grieve for what lets the light through?" Ren turned, startled. "I cannot keep the reflection," he said. "The cracks make the image disappear." The abbot knelt beside him, his robe brushing the sand. "Perhaps," he said, "you are not meant to hold the moon, but to let it pass through you." They sat together in silence. The river moved gently beneath them, carrying stars and light downstream. After a while, the abbot dipped his own hand into the water and lifted it toward the sky. The moonlight danced on his wet fingers, then dripped away. "See," he whispered, "even the purest water cannot keep the moon, and yet, for a moment, it holds her perfectly." Ren looked at his broken bowl again. He noticed how the cracks glowed faintly, thin, delicate paths of silver. The light did not disappear. It simply moved differently. That night, Ren did not mend the bowl. He placed it beside his mat, moonlight spilling across its uneven surface. Before falling asleep, he whispered to himself, "Perhaps the cracks are where the light begins." The next morning, the monks gathered for breakfast. Ren brought his old bowl, filling it with rice as he always did. Some of the younger monks looked at it and frowned. "Master Ren," one said, "why don't you replace that bowl? It leaks, and the rice seeps through the cracks." Ren smiled gently. He lifted the bowl, turning it in the light of dawn. Where the cracks were widest, thin rays of sunlight passed through. "When I was young," he said, "I thought the purpose of this bowl was to hold things. Now, I know its purpose is to let me see what passes through." The monks were quiet. One by one, they stopped looking at the cracks and began to see the light shining through them. That evening, after meditation, Ren returned to the river. The moon rose again, full and round. He placed his bowl in the water once more, and this time, instead of trying to hold the reflection, he let it float, let it drift, let it break and reform with every ripple. And in the broken reflection, he saw something whole. He realized then, the moon was never in the bowl. It was never in the river. It was never even in the sky. It had always been in the stillness that watched. Ren bowed deeply toward the water, toward the moon, toward his broken bowl. He whispered, "May my heart be as open as these cracks, so that light may enter wherever I have been broken." From that night onward, he used his bowl with quiet joy. He did not try to hide its imperfections. When travelers visited the monastery, they often noticed the strange, fractured bowl and asked about it. Ren would smile and say, "It is my teacher. Every night, it shows me how to hold nothing and receive everything." And those who saw the moonlight passing through the cracks understood something beyond words. They bowed not to the monk, but to the light, the same light that shone through them all. Now, dear listener, close your eyes. Imagine that old bowl resting in your hands. Its surface is worn, its edges imperfect. There are cracks, the kind you wish you could smooth away. But now, as you breathe, imagine moonlight pouring gently through them, cool, silver, soft. Each crack glows, each scar becomes a doorway for light. You are not broken. You illuminated. Every place that hurt you has become a window for peace to enter. Breathe in that light. Breathe out the need to be perfect. Again, breathe in acceptance. Breathe out release. Now, whisper softly within yourself, "My cracks do not hide the light. They let it in." Feel the breath settle. Feel the heart soften. You too are like that bowl, simple, open, and filled with reflections of the moon. Let the light pour through you now as you rest quietly in its glow. And as the night deepens, the moon moves higher, casting her light upon another path, a shadow walking silently beside a monk, a mystery waiting to be understood. It is the beginning of our next story, the shadow that followed the monk. There was once a young monk named Sora. He was bright and kind, but his mind was easily disturbed by things unseen, by fears, by thoughts, by the whisper of his own shadow. In the daylight, he was calm. He swept the courtyard, chanted sutras, and smiled gently at visitors. But when night came, he felt something following him, a weight behind him, a shape that moved when he moved. It was his shadow. Of course, he knew what it was. He had studied enough to understand, but knowledge did not ease his fear. Every time the moon rose, every time his shadow stretched long and dark on the temple walls, his heart began to race. He would whisper to himself, "It is only me. It is only a shadow." Yet still, he hurried away from it, faster and faster, as if he could outrun his own form. One night, the abbot found him pacing outside the meditation hall. Sora's face was pale, his eyes restless. "Why are you not in meditation?" the abbot asked. "Master," said Sora, bowing, "every time I sit, something behind me stirs. When I walk, it follows. When I rest, it waits. It frightens me." The abbot looked at him with kindness, his eyes reflecting the moonlight. "Ah," he said, "you have met your shadow." Sora nodded, ashamed. "I know it is only darkness, but I cannot bear its presence." The abbot smiled. "Then tonight we shall walk together, you, me, and your shadow." They left the temple and walked into the forest. The moon was full, casting silver light over the ground. Their shadows followed behind, long and clear against the path. At first, Sora tried not to look, but the abbot's steps were slow, deliberate, each one echoing like a mantra. "Do you see him?" the abbot asked. "Your silent companion?" "Yes," said Sora quietly. "He never leaves." "Good," said the abbot. "Now bow to him." Sora froze. "Bow to my shadow?" "Yes," said the abbot softly. "He has followed you all your life. He has seen you in anger, in sorrow, in joy. He has never abandoned you. He deserves your respect." Sora hesitated, but then he turned toward the ground where his shadow lay stretched before him. He bowed deeply, his forehead touching the cool earth. When he rose, something strange happened. The shadow bowed too. The abbot smiled. "You see, even the darkest part of you knows how to bow." They continued walking. The forest opened to a clearing where the river shimmered under the moonlight. The abbot stopped and said, "Sit here. Face the moon. Let your shadow fall behind you." Sora obeyed. He sat cross-legged, the cool air brushing against his skin. He closed his eyes and listened to the sound of the river, to the breath of the wind, to the stillness between all things. At first, he felt the same unease, the awareness of something behind him. But this time, he did not turn away. He breathed into it. He whispered, "I see you." And in that moment, the shadow no longer felt separate. It was part of him, the silent mirror that allowed light to exist. The moonlight grew brighter. He opened his eyes and saw that his shadow had softened, not gone, but gentler, as if it, too, had found rest. The abbot spoke. "Sora, do you understand now? The light and the shadow are one. Without shadow, you would never know the moon's shape. Without darkness, you would never seek the light." Sora bowed again, not from fear this time, but from gratitude. "Then my shadow is not my enemy," he said. "It is my teacher." The abbot nodded. "Yes, and when you learn to sit beside it, you will never be alone again." They walked back to the monastery in silence. The moonlight followed them, and behind them, two shadows moved side by side, not as burdens, but as companions. When they reached the temple gate, Sora turned once more. His shadow bowed again, and this time he smiled. From that night on, Sora no longer feared the dark. He began to meditate only after the moon had risen, sitting outside where his shadow could join him. And when other monks asked, "Why do you face the moon instead of the altar?" he would answer, "Because the moon shows me my teacher, and he sits quietly behind me." Years later, when Sora himself became abbot, he taught his students this same lesson. He would take them into the forest on moonlit nights and tell them to walk until they met their own shadows. "Do not run," he would say. "Bow to what follows you. Even your fears are loyal friends." And those who listened began to feel less afraid, not only of the dark around them, but of the darkness within. For they had learned, as Sora did, that the moon does not destroy shadows. She illuminates them, and in her light, even darkness finds peace. Now, dear listener, sit quietly. Close your eyes. Feel the night around you, its softness, its mystery. Behind you, imagine a gentle shape, your shadow. It is made not of fear, but of your own light meeting form. It moves when you move. It breathes when you breathe. It is not chasing you. It is following, protecting, witnessing. Take a slow, deep breath in, and as you exhale, whisper softly within yourself, "My shadow walks with me. My light gives it shape." Again, I do not fear the dark. I see myself within it. Now, let both light and darkness rest together. They are not opposites. They are halves of the same truth. Breathe in the moonlight. Breathe out the shadow. Let them merge and feel how calm the balance becomes. You are whole, complete, unchased, free. And as you rest here, the river behind the forest begins to shimmer, carrying moonlight across its surface. It is the next teaching, the lesson of reflection and surrender. Now begins our next story, The Light on the Water. There was a village that slept with the river. Every house faced the water, and every window learned the habit of moonlight. On nights when the moon swam whole and white, the river held her gently, a long, trembling path of silver stretching from the far bank to the villagers' feet. People said the river knew the moon's name. Others said the moon knew the river's heart. Either way, their meeting taught the village how to dream. In that village lived a young woman named Hannah. She sold lamps in the market by day, polishing glass until it looked like melted rain. At night, she walked alone to the riverbank, carrying a small lantern she almost never lit. Hannah had an ache that the daylight could not touch, a restlessness behind the ribs, a searching that did not know its object. She had read verses, listened to monks, counted breaths until numbers dissolved into the dark. and still her heart returned to the same question. Where is the light when I can't see it? One evening, a traveling monk arrived. His robe was the color of old smoke. His eyes were clear as a just emptied bowl. He slept on the steps of the little shrine by the river, waking at moonrise as if called by a familiar bell. Hana saw him sitting there, hands resting like leaves upon his knees. Something in her unused lantern felt seen. "Master," she said, "they say the river holds the moon, but I cannot hold even my own peace. Every time I try to keep the light, it slips." The monk smiled the way reeds smile in a soft wind. "Show me how you try," he said. Hana knelt close to the water. The moon lay on the surface, one whole coin of silver. She cupped her hands, scooped the reflection, and lifted the water to her face. For an instant, the moon was inside her palms. Then droplets ran through her fingers, and the light shattered into 1,000 broken beads. She laughed, then almost cried. "It keeps breaking," she whispered. "My hands are not a bowl." The monk dipped his own hands, but did not lift them. He let the river fill and empty his palms as if they were doors that forgot how to close. "Light is not a thing to be kept," he said. "It is a meeting." Hana watched the moon reform on the river, whole again, as if the world knew how to heal faster than sorrow. "Then what should I do?" she asked. "Every time I look for light inside, the water of my mind moves." The monk turned to her lantern. "Your lamp is unlit," he said, "yet we see each other. What do you call this?" Hana looked at the river, at the sky, at the quiet on the monk's face. "Moonlight," she said. He nodded. "And where does it live? In the moon, in the water, or in your eyes?" Hana opened her mouth, but no answer came. The question was larger than the night. They sat without speaking. Clouds crossed the moon. The river darkened to ink. Hana felt the old ache climb her chest. "Now it is gone," she said. "Just like peace, always covered by something." The monk picked up a flat stone and placed it on the water. It sank, leaving a brief ring of light around the hole it made. "When clouds come," he said, "the moon does not cease. When thoughts come, the mind's light does not die. To know this, we learn to sit with what covers, not with what shines." He closed his eyes. Hana did the same. Behind her lids, a darker dark waited, not empty, but vast. She listened to the skin of the river adjusting to small winds, to reeds telling thin stories to each other, to her own breath rehearsing the word enough until the word dissolved into the act. Minutes dilated. Time forgot its numbers. When Hana opened her eyes, The clouds had thinned like old silk, and there, not in the sky exactly, not exactly on the water, but between them, a road of light unrolled. "Look," the monk whispered. "Do you see how the river does nothing to earn this? It only stops arguing." Hana's chest emptied of its ache a little. "Then my work is not to catch," she said slowly, "but to stop disturbing." The monk's smile grew as small and bright as a star. "A clear mind is not an achievement," he said. "It is what remains when you stop trying to improve the river." Night deepened. A group of children approached with their fathers, carrying paper boats tipped with kernels of rice and tiny candles. They whispered prayers for the sick and the gone, and placed the small lights on the water. The river received them as a patient teacher receives questions. The boats drifted like slow constellations. Some flames leaned sideways. Some went out and were relit with a neighbor's fire. The moon's long path folded them into its brighter silver until separate lights seemed one. Hana watched a small boat spin in place, caught by an eddy near the shore. She waded knee-deep, freed it with a fingertip, and felt the coolness climb her bones. As she stood there, the monk called from the bank, "Learn this, Hana. Water is never upset that you enter. It makes room. Be like that." She lifted her wet hands. Moonlight trembled in each drop and vanished without pleading to stay. She laughed, a quiet sound, the kind that belongs to both sorrow and relief. Later, when the families left, the monk and Hana remained. A white heron stepped through the reeds, its feet writing brief calligraphy on the gleam. "Master," Hana said at last, "I think I understand how to watch. But how do I live when day returns? The market is loud. People are hurried and hungry. I forget the river more easily than it forgets me." The monk lifted her unlit lantern. He tilted it toward the moon until its empty glass filled with a round glow. "Take this to market," he said. "Sell lamps the way the river sells the moon, by showing emptiness that can receive. Tell them a lamp is not for keeping light, but for meeting it." Hana bowed. The lesson slipped into the folds of her evening like a letter. From that week forward, customers noticed something different at Hana's stall. She no longer praised brightness. She spoke of space. She told them some glass looks clearer only after you see the finger marks you forgot to wipe. She polished slowly like one who knows the glass is also a mirror, and on nights of the full moon, she closed the stall early to go sit by the river. Sometimes she brought strangers. Sometimes she brought grief. The river made room for both. One cold month, a widow came with a bundle of letters she could not open. Hana set the papers on a flat stone. and let the moon shine through the thin pages until the woman's hands stopped shaking. They did not read. They let light do the slow work words could not. Another evening, a boy came who had not slept in 3 nights. His mind was a wheel with no axle. Hana told him to count the breaths between ripples. He fell asleep sitting up, mouth open to a star he would not remember. Time, like the river, kept going. The monk left as quietly as he had come, but he left the bowl he had sunk that first night on Hana's step. The same stone, now dry, its weight reminding her that even what disappears leaves a shape. Years later, people began to call the river path the Light Walk. Visitors came from other villages to sit with their shadows, to place boats like small prayers on the current, and to watch the moon talk to moving water about stillness. Hana grew older. Lines appeared around her lips in the places where the moon had often rested when she smiled. She laughed that her face had become a shoreline. One winter, the river rose and took parts of the bank, including the stone she loved. She cried until the crying thinned into a kind of clear. When the water lowered, she found the stone had been carried downstream and set gently among new reeds. A teacher changing classrooms. On the last night of a long summer, Hana brought her lantern to the water again. Age had made her walk resemble a tide. She sat, hands folded just as the monks had been years ago. "I used to ask where the light goes," she said to the river. "I think I know now." She lifted the unlit lantern. The moon poured herself into the empty glass, and for a breath or two, the lamp looked full. Hana did not try to keep it. She turned the lantern slowly until the light slid away and found the water again. "Meeting, not keeping," she whispered. "Thank you." A heron lifted from the reeds. Its wings pulled the moon wider. The river answered with a single widening ring that took a long time to forget how to be a circle. Hana closed her eyes. Behind them, light continued, as if sight were only one way of knowing. A breeze combed her hair. The lamp in her lap stayed wisely dark. Sometime near midnight, a young girl from the village came to look for her. She found Hana sleeping upright, face turned toward the river, a small smile like a crescent resting on her mouth. The girl did not wake her. She sat beside the elder and watched the water teach its lesson again. That light belongs to the meeting. That peace belongs to the letting. From then on, the girl came each month to guide newcomers to the bank. She learned to say little. She learned to point without pointing, to the path of silver, to the space in a cup, to the way a quiet face can brighten a night more than a torch. And she kept Hana's lantern on a shelf without a candle. When someone asked why, she smiled, tilted the empty glass toward the window, and let the moon do the speaking. Now, dear listener, let the river be the line of your breath. Inhale, the tide comes toward you. Exhale, it returns to the open. Do not try to hold light. Let it meet you. Let it pass. Notice how the meeting is enough. See a wide water within, quiet, cool, receptive. Above it, a calm moon. Between them, a path appears when you do not move the surface. Whisper softly, I do not grasp, I receive. Again, I do not keep, I meet. Feel the body loosen, jaw, shoulders, belly. Let the breath settle into its own intelligence. Light finds its own way in. Your only task is not to argue with the water. If a thought arrives, call it a cloud. If a feeling rises, call it a boat. Let both pass along the same silver road. You remain the watching, moon above, river below, with nothing to carry, nothing to lose. Stay here for a few quiet breaths, then let the breath breathe itself. The lesson has already entered. You do not need to remember it. You only need to become it. And now, the sky grows deeper and more precise. 1,000 small eyes open overhead, each a soft needle of light sewing the night together. They begin to murmur, not loudly, but with the confidence of ancient fires. This is the next teaching, the whispering stars, where the smallest lights say the largest things, and the soul learns to hear what cannot be said. There was once a novice monk named Anio who loved to speak more than he loved to listen. He was kind, but impatient, always wanting to understand everything, to ask, to answer, to explain. When other monks sat in silence after evening chants, Anio felt uneasy. The quiet pressed against him like heavy air. He would shift, sigh, and sometimes whisper questions into the calm that no one dared to break. One night, the abbot called him aside. Anio, he said, you are learning the sutras quickly, but your ears are still asleep. Tomorrow, you will go to the hill above the forest. There, you will learn from a different teacher. Anio bowed, confused. Who will teach me, master? The abbot smiled. The stars. The next night, Anio climbed the long path up the mountain. By the time he reached the summit, the world had gone dark and vast. Below him lay valleys wrapped in mist. Above him, 1,000 stars waited, silent, patient, and impossibly far. He spread his thin robe on the ground and sat. The air was cool, and the moon hung low as if watching. At first, Anio tried to meditate as he always did. He counted his breaths, named constellations he remembered, and thought about how endless the universe must be. But still, his mind was full of noise, the noise of trying. After a while, he grew frustrated. He looked up and whispered, "Why are you all so silent? Why will none of you speak to me?" The stars, of course, said nothing. Anio sighed. He lay down on his back, arms spread, as if to surrender to the night. The grass was cool beneath him, and the scent of pine filled his breath. He stared upward until his eyes blurred, until stars began to move in soft waves. His thoughts began to slow, then fade, until there was only the sound of his heartbeat echoing softly in his ears. And then, in the space after his exhale, he heard something. Not a word, not even a sound, but a presence. It was like the pause between two notes of a flute, where music hides its meaning. It said, without speaking, "You cannot hear us because you keep talking inside." Anio sat up, startled. He looked around. No one was there. Only the wind brushing through the grass. He closed his eyes again. The voice, if it was a voice, returned, this time softer. "We are always whispering, but you must grow quiet enough to hear the small things." Anio placed a hand over his heart. The rhythm of his pulse echoed the rhythm of the night. He began to notice tiny sounds. The rustle of a leaf rolling across stone, the far call of an owl, the hum of his own breath joining the air. He felt his body expand, as if every pore were listening. The stars did not sing. They did not speak. But somehow, they filled him with an understanding that words could never carry. He felt their patience, how they had shone for thousands of years without asking to be seen. He felt their stillness, how they burned without noise, how they gave light without demand. Tears came quietly, not from sadness, but from recognition. He whispered, "So this is your language, the silence that glows." And the stars replied, not with words, but with warmth, a vastness that entered his chest and turned the space inside him as wide as the sky itself. He stayed there through the night, breathing with the universe. Sometimes the wind changed. Sometimes a cloud drifted by, but the stars did not move away. When dawn began to rise, Anio bowed low to the fading constellations. "You have answered without speaking," he said. and I have learned without asking." He walked back to the monastery as the sun climbed, carrying no new sutra, no clever phrase, only a quiet heart that moved with each sound it met. When he reached the temple gate, the abbot was waiting. "Did the stars teach you?" he asked. Annio smiled, his eyes reflecting the pale morning light. "Yes, Master. They said everything, and none of it was words." The abbot nodded. "Then you have learned the first lesson of listening, to hear what is before speech." From that day on, Annio spoke less, but when he did, his words carried the rhythm of stillness. People said his voice had the calm of distant things, like wind that has touched snow. He became the monk others sought when they could not find peace within noise. He would take them outside after evening chants and tell them to lie down under the sky. "Do not look for stars," he would whisper. "Let them find you." Years later, when he grew old, Annio would often sleep outdoors, head resting on folded robes, his breath matching the night wind. And sometimes, those who watched from a distance swore they could see a faint light hovering above him, as if the stars had leaned down to whisper one last time to their faithful student. Now, dear listener, take a slow, deep breath. Inhale the coolness of night. Exhale the noise of thought. The mind is often full of talking, words, plans, judgments, memories. But beneath all that chatter is a space, a silence as wide as the sky. Listen for it now, not with your ears, but with your stillness. Perhaps you will hear the small rhythm of your own breath. Perhaps the heartbeat, soft, steady. Perhaps the faint hum of life, you, woven into one quiet song. That is the language of the stars, not sound, but being. Whisper softly within yourself. I listen beyond words. I hear the quiet speak. Again, I listen beyond words. I hear the quiet speak. Let the mind rest like the night sky, open, endless, unchosen. Every thought becomes a star, some bright, some fading, but none disturb the sky itself. You are that sky. You are the silence that glows. Rest here for a moment. Let the vastness soothe you. Let each breath draw you deeper into the quiet between worlds. And as you rest, you begin to feel something new. A gentle presence beside you, half awake, half dreaming. Someone who sleeps without ever leaving awareness. It is the beginning of our next story, The Sleeper Who Never Dreamed. In the monastery of Gion, where the air itself seemed to breathe in rhythm with prayer, there lived an old monk named Kayan. He was gentle, quiet, and known by all as the sleeper who never dreamed. Every night, after evening meditation, the monks would lie down in their cells and drift into sleep, filled with shapes and sounds, fields, rivers, people, memories. But Kayan was different. He slept as he lived, in stillness. When he closed his eyes, there were no dreams, no flickers of story, no shadows, only a wide, calm space that felt like the moment before dawn. Not dark, not light, simply awake inside silence. Younger monks often whispered among themselves, "How can he sleep without dreaming? Does he not miss the sweetness of the mind's play?" Kayan only smiled. "Dreams are beautiful clouds," he would say, "but I prefer to rest in the sky." One evening, a novice named Ray approached him after prayers. "Master Kayan," he said, bowing deeply, "I envy your peace. When I sleep, my mind burns with pictures. Sometimes I am happy, sometimes afraid. I wake up tired, as though I never truly rested." Kayan poured tea into 2 small cups. "Sit," he said. "Let us talk before the moon climbs too high." They sat in the courtyard. The night smelled of wet earth and jasmine. The moon's light spread across the stone floor, like the memory of water. Ray sipped the tea. Its warmth steadied his hands. "Tell me," Kayan said softly, "when you close your eyes at night, where do you think you go?" Ray frowned. "I don't know. Somewhere made of thoughts, I suppose. A place where my mind paints what it wants." Kayan nodded. "And who watches that place?" Ray paused. "I don't know. I think I become it." Kayan smiled, the way a lantern smiles before being lit. "That is why you wake tired," he said. "You fall asleep inside your dreams. I fall asleep beside them." Ray looked puzzled. "How can one sleep beside their dreams?" Kayan raised his eyes to the moon. "Look at her," he said. "She shines on the river, yet she never enters it. She reflects without drowning." Ray followed his gaze. The moon rested perfectly on the river's surface, trembling but never breaking. "Dreams are the river," Kayan continued. "They flow whether you wish them to or not. But awareness, that is the moon. When you learn to rest as the moon, the river will move, but you will not be carried away." Ray sat very still. The air seemed to slow around them. A thin veil of mist rose from the riverbank. He asked, "Can one learn this kind of sleep? To rest without losing awareness?" Kayan nodded. "Yes, but it is not something you can do. It happens when you stop trying to fall asleep and simply allow yourself to rest, as if the body were breathing itself and the mind were being watched by the sky." That night, Ray went to his cell. He lay down on his mat, folded his hands over his chest and whispered the words Kayin had said, "Let the body breathe itself." At first, the usual noise came, the echo of the day, the voices, the rush of thought. But instead of chasing them, he listened. Each sound became smaller. Each thought dissolved like mist in the morning. And soon, he drifted into a deep, clear quiet. He awoke at dawn, not from sleep, but from stillness. He could not say if he had dreamed. He only felt vast, like a sky after rain. He found Kayin sweeping the courtyard. The old monk smiled before Ray spoke. "You see," Kayin said, "you did not sleep. You rested inside awareness. That is the rest that restores the soul." From that day forward, Ray practiced moon sleep. Each night, he would lie down and let go, not into dreams, but into watching. He began to notice that when dreams did come, they were light and transparent, like reflections on water. He no longer woke afraid. He woke calm, even if the dreams were sad or strange, because he knew now that he was not in them. He was the one who watched them pass. As months passed, his face grew serene. The lines of worry faded. When other monks asked how he had changed, he said simply, "I stopped trying to escape my mind. I just learned to sit beside it." Kayin was pleased, but he said little, as teachers often do when their lesson has been understood. Years later, when Kayin was very old, he lay down for the last time. Ray, now an abbot himself, sat beside him through the night. "Master," Ray whispered, "are you afraid?" Kayin smiled faintly. "My friend," he said, "I am only going to sleep, and you already know. Sleep and death are the same sky, only different clouds." Ray wept quietly. Kayin's breath grew slower, like the tide moving out with grace. And then, just before dawn, he spoke one last time. "Tell them I have gone nowhere." The sleeper never dreamed, and now he does not wake. When morning came, the sun rose over the bamboo grove. Ray opened the temple doors wide. The world felt enormous and empty, but not sad. He looked up, the moon still faintly visible in the blue sky. She had not disappeared. She had only changed her form. And in that light, Ray finally understood. The sleeper who never dreamed had simply become the watcher in every dream, the awareness that never sleeps, the peace that outlives night and day alike. Now, dear listener, close your eyes. Feel the gentle weight of your body resting, the pull of gravity, the whisper of the breath. You are not trying to sleep. You are only allowing rest. Let the breath come and go like waves on a shore. Let thoughts rise and fall like clouds in a clear sky. You do not need to stop them. You only need to stay beside them. Whisper softly within yourself, I rest inside awareness. I do not drift away. I drift within. Again, I rest inside awareness, the calm that never sleeps. Now, imagine a wide sky within you, moonlight floating across its surface. Your thoughts are clouds. Your dreams are birds passing through. And you are the open space that holds them all. The body softens. The breath slows. The night wraps around you like a warm robe. You are not asleep. You are resting in truth. And as you drift deeper into this quiet, a light begins to glow in the dark. Not from fire, not from sun, but from something unseen. It flickers, yet it burns without flame. It is the beginning of our next story, the lantern without a flame. In a coastal town where fog walked the streets before dawn, there stood an old hall used by traveling monks. Fishermen would leave bowls of rice at its steps, and in return, the monks kept a single lantern burning by the door so latecomers could find their way home. The lantern was iron and glass, its sides etched with slender cranes, its handle worn smooth by many hands. On moonless nights, it looked like a small, faithful star brought down to the level of shoes. One winter, the winds turned harder than memory. A storm came roaring over the Black Sea, stripping the roofs of their shingles and bending the bamboo, like old men bowing in apology to the sky. The monks barred the hall, but the storm found the hinges anyway. In the shriek of the wind, the lantern's flame hissed and went out. When the morning finally came, the town looked paler than itself. Boats were tilted like upended bowls. Nets lay tangled in the streets like hair cut from a giant. The lantern by the door was unbroken, but empty, a hollow heart of iron and glass. People came with tinder and sparks. They tried to light it again, but the storm had licked everything damp. The wick would not catch. That evening, a young woman named Mira climbed the steps, carrying a bundle of dry reeds under her shawl. Her mother had taught her to light cooking fires with patience, breath by breath, as if she were convincing a shy animal to come closer. She placed the reeds beneath the wick, cupped her hands, and whispered the old sounds of encouragement, the syllables that are more wind than word. A flame rose, then faltered, then went out with a wet sigh. Mira looked up at the sky. Clouds ran like bruises over the moon. "Maybe tonight is not a night for flames," she said to the empty door, and turned to go. An old monk, thin as a bamboo shadow, had been watching from inside the dark hall. His name was Tenzin. He stepped forward, his feet making no more sound than a moth. "Child," he said, "why do you wish to light it?" "So others can find this place," Mira answered. "So I can too." Tenzin nodded, then did a strange thing. He lifted the lantern by its handle, walked out into the fog, and held it up, empty, unlit, as though it were blazing. Mira stared, half amused, half irritated. "But Master," she said, "it isn't shining." Tenzin smiled. "Look again." He tilted the lantern slightly. The clouded moon, fighting for a window in the sky, slipped into the lantern's blank glass and filled it with a ghostly white. The cranes etched on the panes took on a pale glow. For a moment, the lantern was luminous without the heat, without the burn, a cool star gathered by absence. Mira blinked. "Is that enough?" "For many hands," Tenzin said, "it may be." They set the lantern on the stone stoop. It held the moon as well as any flame, but softer, kinder. Strangers coming up the path paused, adjusted their eyes, and smiled, as if surprised that emptiness could do the work of fire. Inside the hall, the monks ate in silence. Tenzin did not sit. He stood by the door, watching. "Master," Mira asked, "why keep a lantern at all if it can borrow light from the moon? Why not simply point people to the sky?" Tenzin looked at the fog rolling in from the harbor, at the slick boards, the cold hands, the lowered heads. "Because sometimes," he said, "people forget to look up. It helps to put the sky within reach." For many nights, the lantern burned without flame. Children liked to pass their fingers close to the glass, expecting warmth and finding none. Sailors touched the handle with gratitude before vanishing into the fog like letters into a pocket. When the storms left and dry air returned, Tenzin relit the wick with a single spark. The lantern glowed yellow and sure, like a small hearth that knew everyone's name. But on some nights, clear, wide, full of moon, he would pinch the flame closed with wet fingers and let the lantern drink the sky again. Mira came often, at first to help, then to sit. She sold thread by the docks. Her days were knots and numbers, but in the evenings, the hall's quiet unspooled her. "Master," she asked one night, "how do I learn to be light like that, shining even when nothing burns?" Tenzin poured tea no hotter than breath. "Stop trying to burn," he said. "Learn to be clear." Mira frowned. "Clear?" The old monk lifted the lantern and turned it slowly. On one pane, a smear from someone's hand dulled the moon to a bruise. On the clean pane, the moon was a pearl. "See," he said, "nothing changed about the moon. Only the glass forgot itself." From that night, Mira began to polish her days. Not to make them brass bright or perfect, but to remove the film of hurry that turned them opaque. She breathed between tasks. She rinsed her hands in the sea and dried them slowly. She looked up more. The lantern became her lesson. When it burned, she warmed her fingers and remembered kindness. When it did not, she saw that light does not belong to fuel. It belongs to meeting. One spring, a man arrived at the hall after sundown, a traveler with a face like a map left in the rain. He said little. He held his coat closed with both hands, though the night was not so cold. Tenzin offered him rice and a place to sleep. Mira added tea and a small square of winter cake she had hidden for herself. When he ate, the man's eyes stayed somewhere far. Later, while the others folded their mats, the man stood before the lantern. Its flame was out. The moon inside it was almost full. "Master," he said finally, "my wife is gone. I carry her shawl. I keep trying to set it on fire." His voice broke like a wick that had taken too much oil. Tenzin did not speak at once. He lifted the lantern, held it so the man could see his own reflection floating with the moon. "Grief," Tenzin said softly, "is the wind that thinks fire is the only teacher. But there are nights when wind is what lets the lantern shine." He opened the door. Salt air walked in. The moon on the water wrote a slow letter in white ink. "Come," Tenzin said. They carried the empty lantern to the harbor wall. Waves dragged chains along stone in their patient argument with time. "Hold it," Tenzin told the man. "Let the sea inside it, and the moon, and your wife's shawl as well, let them meet without burning." The man lifted the lantern with both hands. The shawl's fringe moved slightly in the breath of the evening. He stood a long time. He did not weep. When he lowered his arms, the light in the lantern had changed nothing that could be named, and everything that mattered. He slept until morning. When he left, he bowed to the lantern first. The years braided themselves. Children became fishers. Fishers became fathers. Fathers came to sit where their children used to run. The lantern outlived many wicks. Its glass learned the language of fingerprints. Sometimes it burned. Sometimes it borrowed. Always it showed. One midsummer night, the town gathered for a festival along the harbor. Strings of little lamps hung from poles like patient fruit. Drums spoke across water. Laughter rose in salt flares. Mira, older now, set the hall's lantern at the edge of the steps. She did not light it. The moon was enormous, poured like milk over the Black Sea. A child tugged her sleeve. "Grandmother," he asked, "why is your lantern sleeping?" Mira knelt. She turned the lantern so the moon swam into it. The cranes took wing across the glass. "It isn't sleeping," she said. "It's listening." "To what?" the child asked. "To everything," she smiled. "And when you listen enough, you shine." Later that night, the drums stilled. Fireworks paused, as if the sky had forgotten its part. For a moment, only the tide spoke. Tenzin stood at the top of the steps, a broom in his hand like a thin staff. He had grown very light, a paper lantern with the candle almost done. "Mira," he called softly. She climbed to him. He touched the lantern's handle, then her wrist. "Will you carry it when I cannot?" Mira nodded, and words became unnecessary. They stood together, watching the moon lay her open palm upon the water. When Tenzin died in winter, fog filled the alleys as if to attend the body. The hall was simple, the rites simpler. Mira set the lantern at the door without a flame. Everyone found their way. Spring returned with the sound of nets slapping posts. One evening, a storm threat rose from the west. Not a cruel one, just enough to make signs clatter. Mira hurried to the hall. On the steps stood a young girl, soaked and lost, holding a sleeping baby in a shawl. "Please," the girl said, "I saw the light from the road." Mira looked at the lantern. It held only rain and the memory of a moon. She smiled. "Come in," she said, and did not bother to explain. In the kitchen, Mira warmed their hands over a low cooking flame. The baby sighed. The girl's shoulders fell. "Sometimes," Mira said, "we need heat. Sometimes we need light. The lantern knows both ways." She poured rice into bowls, set them on the table, and added pickled radish because storms ask for salt. After they ate, the girl asked, "Grandmother, how do you keep your lantern kind?" Mira wiped the glass with a cloth worn to silk. "The glass does not try to teach," she said. "It allows." Years later, when Mira could no longer climb the steps quickly, she trained others to tend the lantern. She taught them to trim the wick, to close it against the rain, to open it to the moon. "You will be tempted," she warned, "to keep it burning all the time, to prove your usefulness. But a lantern that never rests grows sooty. Let it go dark sometimes, so that what is not you can also shine." They laughed at first, then learned. On some nights, the lantern burned like a vow. On others, it simply framed the sky. People came for both kinds of light. Mira died in late autumn. Her last afternoon smelled of tangerine peels and rain rope. She asked to be taken to the steps. They carried her on a chair, wrapped in blue wool. "Turn it," she whispered, "so it holds the sea." They turned the lantern. It filled with the whole horizon, a line of silver stitched through the glass. Mira lay back, her breath threaded to the same rhythm. "Good," she said. "Now leave it empty." Her face became very peaceful, like a window just cleaned. After that, the town kept the lantern the way a body keeps a pulse. Children learned to tilt it toward the moon before they learned to spell their names. Fishermen raised it to their brows before their first launch under stars. Strangers found it without directions. And in years when fog was stingy and the moon stingier, when no reflection would enter the glass, they lit a small flame and remembered, light has many homes. The plaque by the door read, "A lantern without a flame." Someone, probably a child, had scratched beneath it, "Thank you for the light anyway." Now, dear listener, place an invisible lantern in your hands. Feel its lightness, iron made tender by the years, glass cool as night water. It does not need to burn. It only needs to be clear. Breathe in, and as you exhale, imagine fog leaving the pains of your attention, the smudges of hurry, the fingerprints of worry. With each breath, the glass clears. With each pause, more of the moon enters. Say quietly inside, "I do not have to be bright. I allow what is bright to pass through." Again, "I do not strain to shine. I become clear." Notice how the body softens when it stops trying to be the fire. Notice how the mind widens when it remembers to tilt itself toward what is already shining. If warmth is needed, you will know to light the wick. A word of kindness, a hand on a shoulder, a bowl of rice left on a step. If quiet seeing is needed, open the lantern to the moon. Your listening, your patience, your gentle space. Either way, you are a lantern. Flame or no flame, you can guide. Stay with your breath a little longer. In, a tide of cool silver. Out, calm returning to the shore. Some night soon, you will meet someone lost in a small storm. You may not have fire to give, but you can turn your clear side toward them and let the world pour its light through you. That will be enough. It has always been enough. The moon has climbed her whole journey now. She stands at the highest point of the sky, round, patient, and utterly still. Her light spills gently across roofs, fields, and sleeping faces, touching everything that once searched for her. You have walked with her tonight, through water and reflection, through shadow and silence, through the lessons of cracked bowls, quiet monks, and lanterns that shine without flame. Each story was not about another world. It was about you. All along, the moon was not teaching from the sky. She was teaching from inside you, from the calm that waits beneath thought, from the stillness that breathes when words fall away. You may not have noticed, but as you listened, the rhythm of your heart slowed to match the rhythm of the night. Your breath softened until even silence could rest upon it. Now, as the last sounds fade, let that same light that touched each story settle softly upon you. The monk who bowed to his shadow, the woman who released the moon on the river, the old man who slept without dreaming, the lantern that glowed without fire, they all live here in this single breath. You do not have to remember them. Just let them dissolve into the peace they pointed toward. Because the teachings of the night are not kept in the mind. They are absorbed by stillness. Breathe in cool air, quiet light, the calm of everything you've heard. Breathe out the day that has ended, the voices that no longer need to speak. Let your body grow heavy, like a leaf that finally rests on the surface of a pond. Let the pond receive it without ripple. You are safe. You are home. You are whole. The Buddha once said, "In stillness, the moon is reflected, and in reflection, all things are understood." Tonight, your heart has become that still water. There is nothing left to fix, nothing left to find. The searching has done its work. Now, there is only being. If sleep comes, let it come softly, like mist touching the edge of dawn. If wakefulness remains, do not chase it away. It is only another kind of dream, the kind where you stay aware inside rest. Either way, the moon will stay with you. She does not sleep. She keeps vigil over those who remember to breathe. As your breath deepens, you may feel her light behind your eyelids, a silver warmth, a gentle hum that says, "You are already enough." Let it spread through you, from crown to chest, to the slow rhythm of your pulse, until even your heartbeat feels like moonlight. You are not falling asleep. You are returning to the same stillness that began before the first story, before the first word. Now, as the night finishes her long exhale, imagine the moon bowing, not above, but within. She smiles, soft and endless, and whispers without sound. You have listened well. Rest now inside what you have become. The stories are over. The teaching continues. The moonlight remains, and so do you.